ground to flight deck. Fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Well, good afternoon. Hello, welcome to Flying with Mike. Welcoming you aboard as we prepare a charter flight up to Bethlehem. Wonder why? Can't figure that one out yet. Something to be with Christmas, I'll bet. Yep, the little town of Bethlehem. Oh, yeah. Well, we can't go right to Bethlehem, unfortunately, either in the sim or real world. However, we can get into Israel via Tel Aviv. A couple of other airports, but that's the big one there, folks. Looking forward to this flight every year. A lot of times I'll punch it over from the U.S. non-stop, 12-hour flying. Today we're going to run it from the other Dubai airport. the one called Al Maktoum. A lot of cargo here. Now, if you look at Google Earth, there's a lot of A380s here. Not sure why. There was something going on with the A380s in the real world. Don't know. A whole bunch of them parked here for Emirates. But we're flying something just a wee bit smaller, the Zibo 737. Now, our last flight with this plane, albeit not version 2.2, which is the latest and greatest, folks. If you don't have it, check the bottom of the Zibo. I'll try to get it here with the stream, but it only stays a couple days. But we will be putting this up on YouTube. Check the documentation underneath. It'll have a link to it. A couple of links, actually. One, I had a hard time figuring out where I clicked download. The other one was piece of cake. So, anyway. So here we are. We're flying for KingAir, Millennium Aviation Company, as it says on the fuselage. Flying an airplane we haven't taken out in a long time. I love these special paint schemes they have there at Millennium. They are just out of this world. One's a red tail, one's a white tail. We got the blue tail. Beautiful paint job. Great job to that the person that painted. Oh, just love flying them. I'll bet it's been every bit of a year since I've flown this. So, this particular livery. So, looking forward to bringing that into Israel, folks. All right, well, enough said. Let's get up in the cockpit and get to work, shall we? And yes, I took creator liberty and changed the flight schedule for the rest of the week, folks, because this was tomorrow's flight. I'm doing it today. All right, so just wanted to get that out there for those going, I was really looking for this tomorrow. Yeah, I kind of was too, but you know, things just kind of lined up. It's better to fly it today, come up with something tomorrow. All right, so there you see it, folks, inside here. It is a 737. We just finished fueling. We're about ready to say, people, come aboard. Hang on a second. I do like... Oh, we can check our oxygen. Sounds good. We got the route. Everything's loaded up. We just need to finish up our preliminary procedures, which is one step. And there's a couple folks out there now that have asked me about this. All I do, folks, is I follow this Zibo concise checklist version 1.1. And I usually do not have any troubles firing up the APU. Now, last flight, we ran into a major trim problem. We could not get the trim wheel to turn whatsoever on approach. Again, as I said in my opening comments, that was the original version made for the beta early release phase. We now have an updated version. I have no idea if they fixed that or not. We'll find out in Israel, hopefully not in a bad way. So, anyway. So just getting things looking good here. All right, so let's head up here and crank the APU up. And folks, really all that's involved in what I do, I turn the left aft pump on. Reason being, it's the easiest fuel pump if something goes wrong with the fuel pump with the APU that the mechanic can get to and do something with. The others are a little more complicated, I've been told, to get to, so that's why they start that one. Huh, pretty novel thinking, huh? Turn it on, and then the thing I do is I hold it for a 3 count. 2, 3, boom, and you can see the needle on the rise. Then all we got to do is wait the few seconds it takes. In the real world, if I remember right, maybe a minute, minute and a half. I don't even think it was, no, it couldn't have been a minute and a half. But anyway, I've been out there when they fire it up. It makes a, it's not a fun noise when it fires up, especially if you're in the baggage compartments. But Once it settles down and gets going, it's good to go. You know, one day I'm going to have to get outside and see if we can actually hear it fire up. All right, we're on the generators, and that's when the blue light comes on. You just click these two inner switches, and voila, you're now on APU internal power. The only other step left, folks, is to put the bleed air on. And I always do it for effect. Switch our DC, or better yet, hang on. Hawker, if you're out there, stand by, stand by. Here comes AC/DC. No. Get the AC/DC switch over. Morning, before attitude. What's up? We're having a blast here. We're going to hopefully get a good flight in on this today. All right, so we're ready to put people aboard. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the good GSX stuff out there. I try to fly these things, folks, strictly out of the box. So as you get it, that's what you see. There's only a couple of sceneries I've added, and of course a whole bunch of airplanes. But when you look outside this airplane, you are looking at Dubai. Maktoum, I think is how it's pronounced. Of course, I know the State Department's at work trying to save us from another international incident that flying with Mike has caused. We are just about ready. So yeah, that's why when I said I don't have GSX, that's why the staircase is out. I don't have one. That's fine. All right, so we got that. Let's go ahead and come over here. Click home. Put the peeps in the plane. I like doing this because it's kind of fun. I think I got it turned on. I just updated. I don't even think to look for that, folks. Oh yeah, you can see some arms and legs and heads sticking out when in the aisle and in the seats. All right, continued on. Flight directors, we're going to turn those on. We're waiting for her to tell us. Everyone's able. Well, I've heard there's some version of it. I know Sam had something out there that had great with some of the jetways. I thought there was something like GSX for X-Plane, but Jar Designs, ground handling, I might look into it eventually. But yeah, that's the cue, folks. All right, we'll keep things open for a few minutes while they do their checks back there and we finish ours up. Okay, fuel flow reset. See it down there. Where am I at? Minimums. We've already got those set. Arrow is set to 400. Got my radar altimeter or radar altimeter to radio to 100. To fly too many planes, folks, it gets confusing. Gear levers down, 3 green. Speed brakes down, flaps up, and verified on the gauge. Takeoff config checked, and throttles worked and closed. Engine start levers down and cut off, and the parking brake set and light on. Yaw dampers can now be turned back on because we are aligned. All right. Passengers are boarding. She said they're all aboard, so we're gonna close. Oh, not that one. Get everything closed up here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boarding doors are closed. Flight attendants prepared for departure. Cross check, frequency check.
Possibly some light bumps or some choppy airs. We climb out as a precaution, keep our flight attendants seated for a few minutes. Make sure we know, what that ride's going to be like before Also appreciate it if everyone would remain in their seats during that time. Thanks for being with us today.
All right. A lot of things happened there I forgot. When I closed the door, the flight attendants say something, and they again tell me, everyone's on board, close my door. All right. So let's get the pushback truck on its way. Wonder what that is. I'll have to look into that, figure out what reload scripts is. That's something new.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
And we have him today to deal with. There we go. Oh, what? It would help to know which way I need to turn. Here, let's just do that. Face north. Stand by, folks. Nose. Okay, got it. All right. Now, hopefully, I'm trying to think if I updated better pushback
Hey, Captain,
or not.
let me know where you want this thing.
Well, we're going to want it about right here. Actually, let's go to here. Go to here.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right. As I was getting ready to say while I was preoccupied getting the plane all set up, we have had some Zibo issues. Or it's not Zibo, better pushback issues with Zibo. As soon as basically they're ready to go, they start pushing, and I got to release the brake before they really tell me to. So, yeah, it's kind of funny. Shocks are still on. Okay. And let's get up here and make sure we're on the EP gen. We are. So I can do that.
All right. Looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
Let's see what happens. Okay, beacon's on.
Dubai traffic, KingAir Dubai 108 on final runway 1 to left.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
All right. Looks like that's working. We actually have flaps set. It was 0 and 0. What happened? Let's get them back up here. All right, we're going to go ahead and start our push. Auto throttle will keep off, position steady, any collision lights on, fuel pumps are on. Here we go.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
And we're going to wait a little bit till we start turning because we got a long way to push here, folks. Okay, so engine start. While we're doing a little pushback here, the big thing that has to be, one, of course, the bleed has to be on. You have to turn the packs off, folks. We got to get above 30. Okay, we still are. Okay, good. starting number 1. Okay, the valves are closed. We're just waiting for them to stabilize. All right. And I just realized I'm blocking my chat window again. Yeah, I've done Shift G2. I don't mind the default. I just like better pushback because I can do like I just did. Set it up the way I want. All right, let's see here.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Brake. Let me catch up with him.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Cranking up number 2. Do I have Fly with Lua or Fly Lua? Yes, I think I do, but I heard there may have been problems with the one I have. I may have to look for a more up-to-date one. So we'll get that installed and back up and running. Oh, I need to get my fuel valve. It's still there. We go. Ah, oh, okay. Okay. Ah, I get it now, so you can reload.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Okay, and we're all fired up here. It's gonna do what it always does. I gotta move up a little. Perfect. Okay. All right, so we've let him know we're good to go. I need to get the gen on here for number 2. All right, system A on. Volts to, we'll go to gen 2 this time. Probe heat's on. And we'll run with the engine anti-ice. I know that sounds kind of weird. And that might have just triggered a alert on me down here. Hang on. It did. I figured it would. Okay, we'll keep it on. It's also to help keep FOD out of the engines. Maybe more of a prop thing than a jet engine thing, but it sounded good to me at least. Packs on. And auto for the isolation. APU bleed off. And APU off. Always make sure you're on the gens before you do that, because once it starts spooling down, it'll shut you down. All right, taxi procedure, folks. Get our flaps starting out. I know, zipping around, I can see you all are lost. All right, so is the pilot. That's a good thing. Taxi, and we're ready to go. Let's do a quick look at what we're flying today so you're all up to date as well. And I need to get KingAir started so I get credit for the flight. All right, let me pull Sim Toolkit up here. As soon as I finagle some things on my screen here, there we go. All right, so Sim Toolkit, right there. Okay, so you can barely see the route. But basically, we're kind of cutting through here, and there really isn't a night day here that much to help us. Winds are still favoring 12, as you can see here. We are on VATSIM, folks, and we will hopefully stay that way the whole flight. Real quick, loadout for today, 143 people, 39,957 on the payload, bringing us up to 135,000 pounds on the zero fuel weight. Doesn't happen often when it gets like that. Cost index of 80, and we got 584 pounds of fuel. And final altitude will be of 32,000. I'm a little questioning of that, but I haven't really looked at the upper winds to see why. Real quick from the load plan, folks, we're looking at, again, cost 80, 737-800 with the CF56-7s on board. We're fine with all of our takeoffs. We're about 2,000 pounds off our max landing and 6,000 max takeoff. We're talking rough numbers here, folks. Fuel breakdown, for those that like to see that. I go for this right here is my biggest thing. That tells me I can get my FAA reserve of 45 plus make my alternate as long as I have 7,800 pounds at Tel Aviv if I got to divert to LLER. It's a 198-mile run. Again, there's the routing. Comes up from time to time. And then finally down here is our loadout, 143. Yes, we have 11,000 pounds of cargo for the country of Israel. All right. Weather-wise, we are looking, as you can tell, clear, visibility okay, and a balmy, what are we at here? 11? No, 22. Oh, I'm looking at dew point. I was going to say, it's not 11 degrees here. It's 22 degrees Celsius. All right, let me pull Sim Toolkit away. And one last check of the checklist. All right, taxi flaps are set for takeoff. Lights, and we're on our way. Just doing a quick check here of SimAware. Oh, it's way too much in the words of Sims here. Yeah, we're okay. Looking good with ATC. Here we go. Brakes off. Trim 6.25. And that is something I always forget, folks. Here we go. Also, oh, we got the full array of lights. Cool. Up, I started it, but I didn't finish it. Hang on a second, folks. Let me see. Oh, it still does that. Just loading my plane in. Right. All right, my apologies there, folks. I was starting that process and then got sidetracked. All right. Okay, real quick. All right. Yeah, it's a neat little airport here, folks. Like I said, I'm assuming it's kind of like a reliever for Dubai, but right now it looks like a storage yard for A380s for Emirates. I don't know if there was a problem with the A380. I don't really keep up with that plane. But yeah, you go to Google Earth, you'll see a ton of them here. We're just going to go out to the main so, as you saw, folks, when we zoomed in, it's weird, kind of an interesting, kind of weird looking airport with all this black asphalt and wow. And a climate like this thing's got to be scorching in the winter, or in the winter, in the summer, anytime, day and night. But yeah, it was just kind of like, wow, you could see this thing for miles away. But you run into a big problem with it. Kind of like SeaTac, where you could easily, and actually I think we were starting to, line up as this black area here next to the runway looked like the runway. So all right, so we're set up. Let's do our before takeoff checks now as we're walking down the taxiway. All right, so in the cockpit here, engine starts to continues. Auto brake reject. Okay. Transponder to TARA. I think we're set up here. We can turn the weather radar. Well, we'll go with terrain here. We'll see. I really don't have a weather radar. That, if anything, would be the one thing I wish. But folks, it's free. You get PMDG quality for free. Heading bugs for the runway, yep. And LNAV, VNAV coming on. All right. And we'll blank out the lower. One thing I do need to do is get this plane up more in the evening hours, see if the lighting issues we had before have been corrected, where the wingtip lights weren't even showing. I think the beacon's looking like it's showing. Yep. But let's try and zoom in. Oh yeah, there they are. Oh yeah, they got that all fixed. Good. Good deal. All right, we're just working our way down to the runway. We've got all our checks ready, so we turn on. We'll just kick that, hopefully remember to click the clock on. And you know what? We can do this. Yeah, triggers with the wing lights.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Now, we can, and we will, not go there. Cabin lighting. And get the lighting set for takeoff. And we'll have 13,000 feet available. Plenty. We only need 6,000. Okay, one thing I am going to do here, folks. Okay. Just doing a quick surface check. All right. Maktoum traffic, McAir 572, departing 12. I'm surprised they don't have the, I'll have to look at that on Google Earth, the enhanced hold lines. Air operations folks would just go nuts here. Sheriff Hawker's in the house. Roger. Clear for takeoff. McAir 572. Ooh, look at that sun coming in. Now, I do have the times set, folks, so that's why it looks like daylight or morning here, because I set it for morning. All right, flaps set, one last run. Auto brakes, RTO, position turn off strobes, ATC is set, nav, VNav set, timer set, blanked, and here we go. Stable, Toga. Speeds alive, 80 knots.
80 knots.
Never know if I have a flight first officer or not talking.
V1, rotate, V2.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
$1,000.
Okay, acceleration height.
1,000 to go.
All right, let me look at my departure here. Okay, and initial is 30. Okay. Roger, up to flight level 300, back air 572. Couple of ways you can do this, folks. Level change. I don't know, I've never, no, we'll just do level change. Again, I start my timer when I release the brakes. That way, as you notice in the United States, a lot of clearances or a lot of on your charts will say 10 minutes after departure, you know, boom, I got it. Well, we don't have departure. Matter of fact, I could even be so mean as to begin to turn and head back. Okay, flaps are up, but I'm not because I need to do a couple things here real quick. V2 flaps up. Auto brake off, RO switches or ignition switches off. Packs are on. 10,000 feet, we'll turn the lights off. Perfect. All right. Just want to make sure everything's working good for MacAir. And watching ourselves here on SimAware. Folks, I hope you enjoyed. There's the departure. We're making our turn. Heading back. Now, granted, in the real world, there's a good chance you might have gotten cleared to make a turn to, you know, at the last one behind us. And now it's all about sequencing with Dubai International. So that's how it would be in the real world. How we sync into their heavy traffic. It's just a couple of aircraft, you know, in the real world. Okay, there we go, making the next turn, and we're on our way. Let's see what we can see here. $15.20. So let me come down here. We'll set that up. VOR, well, we'll just hang with that. These are on VORs, good. Okay, good. I'll explain the avionics on here in a minute. Let me get us cleaned up here with the lights. And
special welcome to Advantage in One World members. If you are not an Advantage member, you can sign up at aa.com/join to earn miles for today's flight and continue earning miles with our retail and travel partners. Our Advantage Aviator MasterCard is another great way to earn miles for everyday purchases and enjoy benefits such as your first checked bag free, preferred boarding, and no foreign transaction fees. Not an Aviator card member? See a flight attendant and receive an exclusive offer when you apply in-flight today. Shortly, we will begin our in-flight service. We offer a selection of complimentary beverages. Wi-Fi service is available on this flight. Connect to the AA in-flight signal and open your browser. You can access aa.com free of charge to view flight connections and other travel information. If you need to power your device, AC power outlets are located.
Okay, we're coming up on transition. Sorry, folks. I'm sure. Oh, here, I know some of you really want to hear that.
Is on, as turbulence can happen unexpectedly. If you open an overhead compartment, use caution, as carry-on items may have shifted during takeoff.
All right, so With that last turn, folks, we are basically turning to head out to sea here in the Indian Ocean. Why are we overspeeding? Why is it that fast? Let's take a look outside. Am I missing? Oh, there's our cue for standard. Okay, let me By the way, there's the airport we just took off from, folks. Curious, can we see Dubai? If it's going to be anywhere, folks, it would be up in here, I think. I don't think that's it right there, but could be. And of course, what Arab of Emirates that I'm aware, I know of, these big islands they've made, Palm Islands. So, there you go, folks. We are on our way. We're through transition. Now it's just simply wondering why are we may have to just pull the speed back a little. All right, and we'll be looking at oh, Mr. Escobar is still causing troubles here. All right, folks, we're headed up to 30,000. Hope you enjoy. We will get some in-flight entertainment rolling here shortly. But for now, did not want to do that. Hang on a second, folks. Boy, I'm just having a whole bunch of problems here with my chat window. There we go. All right, so now we're just pretty much worried about center. All right, climb, cruise. Well, center pump will be a while to empty out, as you can tell here. 13,000 pounds to go. 1,200-mile flight here, folks. So we're underway. Estimating our arrival point of Tel Aviv, and hang on a second, I'm switching into my live map here. Just gives me a little bit more, and then we're going to get the entertainment going. Two hours, 46 minutes. We'll see here as we get closer to 30,000. So sit back, relax, enjoy, folks, chill, as many say they love to do when they come to Flying with Mike. But we're just glad to have you aboard. Merry Christmas, and hope you all have a very Merry Christmas. And just remember, always keep Christ first in Christmas. It does lead the word.
As we go.
Alright folks, sorry about that. Had a couple things, still got a couple things on the frying pan going here. Almost literally, but not on the frying pan yet. Alright, let's see here if I can do this. Oh, this works out better. Alright, I just want to look through, see if I missed anything here. Okay. Folks, I hope you do enjoy the run here to Tel Aviv as I will, as I always do. Should be a grand time. And hope those out there, the new folks, that you enjoy the ride in the Zibo. Where the fun happened, oh gosh, last week sometime, going into Fairbanks is when I started down, and I should have realized something was up. It was all with the trim, and that was version whatever 2.0, and this is 2.2 for the Zibo. So folks, I highly recommend, hang on, let me see if I've got a good link out there for you. I just realized that was something I wanted to check up on. Okay, I am, wow, let me work on this, hang on, just realized. Here we go. Alright, that should work out. Let me get you a link out there, folks. Sorry. Either, well, where's the word or? Oh. Huh? Did I save it? What I'm going to do, folks, is I'm just going to go with one link here. So much easier. And it was so much easier for me to work from this. All you'd have to do is set up an account. Here, I'll show it to you since it didn't appear to go out right. There we go. That link there will take you to a site. All you got to do is register, folks, because it's a big file. Free, done, download it, you got it, put it in. Just be mindful if you have the Zibo 2.0 or whatever it was called that was made compatible for X-Plane12, it's gonna make you have to change everything. Any liveries, preferences, this, that, and the other, all gone. So save whatever you want. But yeah, that'll get you going, folks. The other link will too. I just for some reason am not seeing. Yeah, I don't see anything that I put in there hardly. Weird. Then again, things are always weird sometimes when it talks about OBS. So, anyway, I am going to kind of quiet myself here. And, no offense, I'm going to grab some lunch here real quick in the house and be back in the cockpit here soon. While we're thinking about it, we'll be nice to our patrons.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're leveled to our initial cruise altitude, expecting a fairly smooth ride today. We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about you at all times in case we encounter unexpected bumpy air. And we do thank you for flying with us on American.
Alright folks, so we are leveled off. We've got in the neighborhood of, oh, you don't even get to see that. Oh, what a captain I am. There we go, got the overlay in place. And we're looking at 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. Alright, and I'm seeing that the weather is not necessarily up to date with the real world. I really would love to know when a company, be it Microsoft, be it X-Plane, I don't care which one you're wanting to talk about, when they get the METARs. Because when we go to, I'm not even sure we're in range of airport. Oh, we might be of Doha. Oh, wow, there's a bunch of stuff out here for you folks. F-14 can go here, helicopters here, here. Hey, gotta like it, folks. Good stuff here. Oh, I don't want the VOR. I want the airport. See, when I bring this up, it doesn't give us a time. And that's what I'm looking for, to see how up to date it is. Now, granted, it's default weather. Is it worth complaining about the X-Plane saying, why isn't it up to date to the latest and greatest? No, it's free. I'm not going to worry about it. If I really want that, folks, you know what I'll do? Look for a weather program. Now, the clouds that they've touted, I think the word Austin used in a lot of the promo to it, volumetric. Let's just be real, they're 3D clouds. But just a big, bold word. Anyway, yes, they're there. They're looking so much better than when it first hit the market. And folks, we're not, I don't know if the word general release is out there, if we're still quote, quote, beta with now release candidates. So, and since I'm not in the inner circle there of X-Plane12, I'll never know. So, but anyway, folks, it's looking great. The scenery, outstanding. And, I mean, it may not be eye candy wise to the must-fussers, but for something that's $60, an aircraft here that's $80 plus the $400 to become a must-fusser, yeah, I'm not going to complain, folks. So it's a free aircraft, folks, and it's PMDG minus a couple little frills, but you don't really notice they're not here. And it's free. I mean, Zibo, spot on. Hopefully I don't have trim issues, and hopefully that loose nut behind the wheel, me, isn't the culprit. Which, that's, let's be real, folks. Flying with Mike, that's probably the real culprit, the loose nut behind the wheel. So, anyway, folks, I'm going to shut up, sit back in the side, go grab a quick bite to eat, be back here shortly. Hope you all enjoy the run, and we'll be talking to you later. Alright folks, back with you. We are 2 hours out. We're into the mainland of Saudi Arabia. Get out here and let y'all see. Oh, I see I got some lights to work on. Yep, let me get in there and get those lights off. Getting tossed about a little bit. Got about moderate chop here. Light to moderate. May have to kick the seatbelt sign on. Oh, hang on a second here. I'm getting another cup of coffee. As we here in St. Louis probably are preparing for a white Christmas. We got a pretty big storm system. Well, I mean, overall scheme, not big, but for an airport, anytime it snows, it's a big thing, folks. I don't care if you're in Anchorage, if you're in a place where it piles up taller than B-52 tails. Those of you will remember those days in SAC at some of the U.S. bases. When it snows, folks, it's a pain in the rump for everyone. Add to this snow, and this is the news story that's more important, bitter cold coming in. It's not unusual, folks. It's winter. Today's also the first day of winter on the calendar. I know weathermen will be telling, no, it was the 1st of December. That's unofficial. Today is the day. So, I mean, it's winter, folks. It's gonna do these things. So, all right, let me just hit that center. Okay, just making sure we're not fighting it. Man, it's really, I'm gonna have to do it. Seeing if it's going to say. All right, let's get up here and finish that up. Go ahead and kick it on. All right, so, well, we'll see what comes of this. But yeah, we're expecting extremely cold temperatures. Again, folks, before you sort of go, my gosh, it's climate change. No, it's not. 80s and 90s, we had years we went through a December this cold. So, you know, lighten up, Francis. It's called Welcome to Cycles. The world works in cycles. So, but yeah, we're looking for some bitterly cold. Now, does it not mean we don't take precautions? Heck no. We take all the precautions we can to stay, you know, warm out in this, folks. Especially those of us that have to work outside. It's gonna be below zero. So, be it actual temperature, which it will be at points, and for sure the wind chill. So, we have to be prepared. So, take it seriously, folks. The temperatures will be the story, not necessarily the snow. Oh, it's an aggravation, a nuisance, and a, you know. But again, it's a white Christmas coming, but it's still an aggravation to go through. See if I can get this thing to slow a bit. All right, so we just passed our point, folks, to go to 32,000. So we're going to ease on up at the same time. Pretty much the same way. Click flight level change. Get a climb started here. Hey, wants to be a pain. Why? Oh, that's going to be why. Hang on. Figured it out. Let's go back into VNav. That'll kick our power back up, hopefully. Okay. You know, it also helps folks so used to other aircraft that do this for us. 3, 2, 0. Yeah, you got to put it in. That was my bad. I'm trying to figure out what am I doing wrong. So there you go, folks. We have started our climb back up. It'll be gentle until we get back up to point 786. I may push it up to 79. Definitely not 80 because we're maxed out then. But it's going to be a gentle climb till we get there. So, but anyway, we're on our way up. So, but let's talk about being prepared, folks. Well, Christmas time is always where we prepare our hearts for the arrival of Christ. That's right, Christ in Bethlehem. We're headed to well, by way of Tel Aviv. Actually, in Jesus's time, I'm trying to think, would that have been Ashdod? Not. Anyway, I've always been trying to wrestle with it because I want to go so badly to Israel, see Bethlehem, see the church there, and then learn about the upcoming night. Now, albeit y'all can sit there, Jesus wasn't born on December 25th. You probably are correct. But, you know, we don't celebrate Martin Luther King normally on the actual day he was born. Or Ronald Reagan. You know, other historical figures in your mind. We don't.
As we go.
We have a date close to him. Actually, Ronald Reagan falls under President's Day. All the presidents fall under that day. Now, to land of Lincoln here, we used to do Lincoln's birthday just because it's very close to President's Day. I don't think we do that anymore, but I could be wrong. Don't hold that to me, folks. But we're getting ready to celebrate that day, folks. The day that Christ became incarnate and took human form. God, Son, took human form. The same Jesus that was with God when all of this was planned, all of this was made that we live in, Jesus became man. So in today's verse continues along the birth of Jesus. If you recall, there it is. I was like, where did that go now? So I've, trying to keep track of all of this week. We started back on the 18th with that flight, and how Zachariah and Mary's responses to Gabriel announcing to them each of their respective roles. For instance, Zachariah in the birth of John the Baptist. Kind of a interesting way it's spoken of, and folks, I highly recommend this, by the way, what I'm about to tell you. The Chosen. It's a video series. Now, the first year episode that started, 5 years ago? 3, 4, 5 years ago? Is out on Netflix. So folks, you can watch it. It is Jesus's ministry launched. And then the eventual end of the Chosen is with the birth of the church, which is after the death and resurrection of Jesus. Long way to go for that. We're up to season 3 now. Season 1, oh my gosh, some very riveting, very powerful episodes occurred. They're about 8-9 episodes long, and oh my goodness, they will grab you at the core, especially 6 and 7. 7 probably the most with Nicodemus. So, but I digress. We're way ahead of what's coming this weekend, and that being the day we celebrate the birth of Christ. Anyway, in the Chosen, John the Baptizer is Crazy John. Or what was the other one, Peter? There were a couple. Many people, kind of took them that way. And, you look at this world today, kind of still does. But because of political correctness, they just don't come out and say that. But then we moved on to when John the Baptist was born. And Zechariah, the prophecy that was handed by Gabriel to him that says you will not speak until this happens. The birth of John the Baptist happens, and poof, he's back, and he sings praises to him. Plus we get Mary's praises to God in her song as well, that's found in Matthew. All of this, of course, now all 3 Gospels minus Mark, so Matthew, Luke, and John have the Christmas story in pieces. Put together, you get the whole story. Or as Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. And I know somebody like, who's Paul Harvey? Go look it up on the internet. Today, we are now, because granted I wasn't flying yesterday, so today we're catapulted into Bethlehem, which we will be landing close by in Tel Aviv in about 2 hours. And what a scene we have there. So let's look at that first, shall we? Let me get it up on the screen for you. Well, better yet, I'll call it, let's put it up in the chat box. So let me read that quickly for you. And then there's a devotion I have here coming from #verse of the day that I really like. It really got some pivotal questions. To the author of that, forgive me, I tweaked it a little for my way of talking, so I hope no offense. But here's Luke 2:6-7. Again, this is the birth, where the birth occurs. And while they were there, this is Mary and Joseph, the time came for her to give birth. She gave birth to her firstborn son, wrapped him in swaddling cloths, laid him in a manger, because there was no place in the inn. Folks, we all know this part of the story of Jesus. We're not going on to where, we didn't catch the beginning and we didn't catch the end. So why are Joseph and Mary in Bethlehem when they're in Nazareth, where they live? Which, by the way, is a couple of days walk. It's not a drive, folks. Sorry. Cars weren't around then. The fastest mode of transportation was by donkey. And not donkey from Shrek. But, he was a donkey, so yeah. And so it took a couple days. And what they were doing, they had to come to their family's birthplace for the census that Rome had called for. And folks, this is all proved, happened, when, where, all of that part, 100% true. Matter of fact, the entire story is true of Jesus. That's what irritates so many people who are against Jesus. It still gets proven every time you look into it. Like, and that is so amazing. But they're here because of the census. So a lot, and what that meant by their family, that meant their heritage. Joseph was actually of the line of King David, born in Bethlehem. So all of David's lineage from, I think it's what, 600 years, 800 years since he died, all of those people had to migrate back to Bethlehem to get counted for taxes. Yeah, they had that dreaded 5-letter word too back then, folks. And it was at this point, now mind you, Mary's pregnant. She was told the Holy Spirit would come over her. She was told she'll call the baby in her womb Jesus. And then there's a whole story because she was betrothed, meaning, I lost the word I wanted. Her fiance was Joseph. And that caused a lot of problems. God worked through Joseph to work through those problems, and they're still together. They're here in Bethlehem now. And lo and behold, she's going to give birth. All they could find, no inns were open, as the verse says, no room. What they had to settle for was a stable. And most dwellings, I've seen a lot of documentaries on what life was like back in the day of, Jesus and beyond. How did people live? Right there was the cows, and it wasn't like us where we have a house, then over on this half of the homestead a barn with cows and sheeps and all that come in the wintertime. No, it's all in one. They're in a town, folks. So the best one person could do for them was out with the stable with the animals. And that's where Jesus was born. And that's what amazes me about the story of Jesus coming into this world. This is the Son of God, folks. He could have come in any way he wanted. But God, Jesus, chose this way. This way to enter such a difficult world at this time. not only under Roman law, but, I mean, folks, they did not have the internet, the newspaper, the TV, the radio, the car, the plane. No. They worked. When they worked, they worked. Jesus chose to come into that difficult world, in difficult times and under extremely difficult circumstances. Oh, there were some to come, folks. And he chose to come into this world as of all things an infant. Someone who had to be cared for by their parents, who they themselves were just as vulnerable to all the frailties the world had through their difficult times. Yet, despite all of these challenges that lay ahead of both Mary and Joseph and the young child, and the mystery that laid ahead, Joseph and Mary, along with all the cast around them, the shepherds, eventually the 3 wise men, they were caught up in this great joy of this new child, this Messiah. What a hope. The Messiah had arrived. That, folks, that is amazing, folks. Thank God for such a new hope that entered the world that night in Bethlehem amongst Joseph and Mary, the shepherds, and all who gathered. I hope y'all have a very Merry Christmas. And remember, keep Christ in Christmas. Never forget Christ, your Savior. Well, folks, I thank you for that little sermonette, little devotional time I try to spend on now every flight. And I hope it touches you as they do me. That's my prayer, at least. All right, folks, so we're looking at about, like I said, 2 hours to go. Whopping hour and 53 minutes. And we're going to get outside the plane here. Watch it bounce around, but look at the 3D clouds that are now part of X-Plane. We're beginning to come up to a batch of rain here. Let me pull Sim Toolkit up here real quick. Sorry to interrupt your amazement at the clouds to bring you Sim Toolkit. You can see Sim Toolkit is painting real world weather up ahead of us, right in here. Pan out a little. You can see it's not a big batch. We got a sig bed out in the real world for it. So we'll be passing through it. Now, whether it materializes or not is all, again, what we talked about earlier. When does, what time or what METAR is X-Plane pulling from the real world for real world weather? Sometimes you think it is right now, but we've proven it time and time. It's at least 2 or 3 hours old. We have a huge case And no, it does not involve this plane. It was the A320. We were in South America, and I mean, we knew the place we were going to, it was going to be socked in. And it was below minimums most of the flight. METAR brought it up above minimums. But guess what? It was nowhere near what the METAR was showing. A few flights later, as we were trying to figure out how, long or when, when was that METAR taken? It had to have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 hours, which would have coincided with it. So we know that already from past betas, and I'm not arguing. X-Plane, if that's what you want, that's great. It gives weather no matter what. And if you'll notice, altimeter settings when you go to the map are different than when you're on it. That's why. Wow, we are really up. I digress here a little. When I first started flying X-Plane and the Zibo, there were times that Zibo would just fall out of the sky. We saw it a couple times when we did the runs to Baton-Pero, flying to one of the most challenging approaches out there. We're going to get back there and do that again soon. But we actually watched it go through, and it was a lot like what we're seeing. Every time I see that wing dip, I'm like, oh God, please don't. So hopefully things will chill out on the other side of this storm center. It's going to probably be about a couple 100 miles. We get on the other side, hopefully things calm down a little. But yeah, we're going to keep the seatbelt sign on, folks. So we're anyway on our way. And from inside, well, you know what? I think we showed this. No, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, folks. Keep forgetting this one requires more overhead. Oh, the door is closed. Let me show something off. This is cool. And I'm sure Musfuss has it, so I'm not saying this is so cool because they have it and Musfuss doesn't. No. Alright. I want you to pay attention here. The only thing I wish there was a way for Zibo to do is to have these pull out. But it's especially the FMCs. It would be nice. Is it a requirement if you're listening to us, Zibo? No. Is it a yay or nay on mine saying it's a great program? No. It's a great program, no matter what. Alright, so we have the ability, in the real world, folks, when you get airborne, only person that's going to be coming in or out, or persons in or out of the cockpit, are one of the pilot or co-pilot, replaced by one of the flight attendants, because that's a requirement to have them there on the radio, US. Okay, so how this happens is they'll come up to the door and they can do this. Look who's at the door. I can also open that camera, which I think is the galley behind the co-pilot, first officer, or back to the center, the main entrance. Yeah, I got it right. I had to think. I think I got it right. That's where you would enter the airplane. I can actually, from the cockpit, watch everybody coming on board. I just think that's so cool that it's modeled. That's awesome. And if Musfuss does it, thumbs up to them too. So I think that's just one of those little touches, folks. That's awesome. So, and then again, click there and it's gone. All right, folks, I will be right back with you. A chore has to be done with laundry, and we'll be back here shortly. Enjoy the music. Alright, folks. Well, that wasn't ready to go yet. Alright, let me start working on the arrival. Close. Perfect. Alright, so okay, we're centered, we're looking good. This is making me nervous. I'm not seeing this thing moving. And we're in weather, so, well, we're above it, so. Get back on track here. There we go. Commands on. LNAV, VNAV's active. Okay. Had to check it. It moved. The same kind of thing happened on a couple. It'd take a couple more flights for it to work out of me. Flying Fearless. Now that's a totally different plane. Got it. The radio, navigation radios completely went out. I had nothing to. Thankfully, we had a VFR day into Vancouver that day, and we could land. That kind of is analogous to what happened, except we landed the 7-4. With the trim issue we had into Fairbanks, we could not. So we ended up there was nothing we could do, and that was the most. I mean. Ultimately, I don't even think you could pull a circuit breaker, folks. Let's find out. Nope, none of the, unless it's, well, now. Which ones are these? Let's see. Okay, no, you can't. What was triggering it? It looked like you could. Oh, it's right there again. Yeah, see, now you, like, I'll get this one. See what they all are. Like I said, I don't know what may or may not work here with regard to these, but yeah, I was about ready to figure it out and get a trick and pull a circuit breaker. But I don't think that would help with trim. I don't know. It was, yeah, that was ugly. And again, without a flight manual in front of me to help me through the what's in front of me, I have nothing to work with. And I don't fly with failures on, folks, for that reason. So some people say I ought to. Well, great, give me the manual so I know what to do when it fails. I don't have a phone number to call to dispatch or flight maintenance. So that's why I don't. Now I know a lot of summers out there fly with them on and deal with them, but you gotta have something to be able to deal with it from. So let's go ahead and get some toolkit out of the way. Let's see what's going on in Tel Aviv right now. Variable winds 2. Okay, clear and visibility okay. We like those. Mark broke it 7,000. What? Sometimes I don't get these VTARs. Okay, we just had KVOC. Why do we have broken 7,000 in the remark? Ooh. All right. So I hope you enjoy the flight, folks. Like I said, we got about 2 hours-ish to go. About an hour from now, actually. Time it out better for you. About 45 minutes or 40 minutes from now, we'll get in here and we'll tackle the arrival brief. Y'all can inform me if I'm missing things or not, but in about 40 minutes we'll pick up there and head in, let y'all enjoy. Also, I'm gonna put this out both here and on Discord, and hope those YouTube users out here who will watch this maybe before Christmas. I have to figure out what the lineup looks like. Is there any good music copyright free? That's the key, folks. It needs to be copyright free, especially Christmas music. Would have loved to have played that in the background today, but I can't find any. So would love for y'all to help me out there and find that. So for now though, we're gonna just kind of sit back, relax, let y'all enjoy the ride. Again, thank you for the time to speak about Jesus, our Savior. Folks, all you got to do is open your heart up. He'll come in and literally save you. Just have to say, your sins are already forgiven, folks, at Calvary when he was on the cross. Now it's in your wheelhouse. Open your arms up to him and allow him into your life. With that comes the Holy Spirit, which will guide you and help you along to becoming more Christ-like. We can't be Christ, folks. Sorry. We're human. But we can be Christ-like in our actions, from what we learn through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, through Paul's epistles, all those books that come after Acts, all of that. We can, from those, begin to apply to our lives, change within, and by allowing Jesus into our hearts, accepting him publicly, we're assured, we're told we're assured eternal life in heaven and not in hell. So, God bless you. So let's continue the flight on, and about 2 hours we'll be in Israel. Just don't be like the Israelites of the day of Jesus. Missed it. Missed it so much they put him to death. So, God bless.
chips are down and you're losing hope. The light will surround and show you the road again, again, again. Show you the road again, again, again. Wait for the sunrise and open your eyes. If we give it time, life will be so bright again, again, again. Life will be bright again, again, again. No, we're gonna rise again. We got each other like some friends. And every time you think the end is near, you'll see the tides keep turning. We will
All right, folks, we're back with you. We've got just, I think, a little over an hour to go here. We're still bouncing around up here. So about an hour and 9 minutes if you're not seeing it at the top. All right, so we're just trucking along here, getting these folks into Tel Aviv just in time to get over to Bethlehem and Christmas. And below us? Well, below us is, well, Saudi Arabia. All right, so we put in a few clips here, folks, so be watching for them over at Twitch, right here where you're watching it live. Not sure if I'm going to set up any shorts. I'm not really sure how to do a YouTube short, but we'll see. All right, so again, Millennium Aviation Company, the blue tail. They got a red, a white, and a blue tail. We're over Saudi Arabia right now for Tel Aviv. Again, for those that don't understand the title, off to Bethlehem. Well, there are no airports in Jerusalem or Bethlehem. This is pretty much the closest one. So that's why we're headed there. And we are doing it in style so far with the Zibo 737-800 version 2.2, which is the latest update. I think 2 or 3 days ago this came out, folks. So. Now, I'll be totally honest with you, folks. I do not know if there's air mets out for the turbulence you seem to see the plane flying through, or possibly some flight model work still needs to be done by Zibo. One thing I can attest to, those of you Zibo fans out there with the X-Plane12, those nasty data ref, you know, not updated messages we got all the time prior to this update, well, they didn't show up this time. So he's got quite a few. At least the data refs are up to date. Now, this could be part of the flight model that he says in the documentation is still under getting updated for X-Plane12. So, but we're looking for one major update. And again, I stress this big time, especially with you folks over at Zibo, could be that loose nut behind the wheel. This guy, the trim issue we had. So we're going to find out here as we roll in to Tel Aviv. So, all right, so let's hop into cockpit and start working our way through this, shall we? We are currently, as the FMC show over here, I've got it set to progress, here to legs. Top of descent, 300 miles off. It's a good time to start plugging the data in for the descent. And ultimately, we are 400 miles out of Tel Aviv. Game plan looks like right now with 8.7 pounds, or 8.7. Ooh, that'd be really cutting it close there on coming in on a dead stick. 8,700 pounds of fuel. So, all right, so what we're going to do, I'm going to scoot over to this FMC, even though it's really a pain in the rock. Let me see if there's any way, if anyone's installed a Nope, they did. Alright, well, darn it. I was hoping to get a shade over that, but we'll do our best here, folks. Alright, so I'm going to bring up charts here to kind of work us through this. Let me see. Maybe... Alright, let's bring charts up from here and see which way will be the best. Well, does not look like we're gonna get this the easy way. Well, we might with this one. Alright, well, instead we'll use this one. I think we'll get a good use out of it. Alright, first officer gets to put the data in this time. Alright, so we are gonna be coming in. Game plan now. First off, I'll give you the METAR. As it showed up here? No, it has not. So looking at the METAR, we're looking at a variable wind at 2 kVOC, and we still have the remark. kVOC, and yet broken at 7,000. Oh well. Alright, so Salam, 7,000 to 10,000. Gatvu, 7 to 9,000. Gemda, 7 to 8,000. Mesil, now we start getting some speed restrictions here. 230 is our max speed, 7,000 and above. Betyo, again, still 230, and at above 6,000 along with Hades, same information. So that's what we're going to be doing coming in here, folks. Up here, we're looking at a transition level of 20,000 feet. Flight level 200. So anything from there down will be setting as altitudes. Full 5 or 4 numbers. D-ATIS, I do not know how to pull D-ATIS on international airports. But theoretically, if you know the website to go to, please share it with us because we'd all like it. It's a good way to prepare for the arrival. Granted, VATSIM could throw it all in the wind and do whatever VATSIM wants, but many of the controllers do try to fly or try to operate real world. Gives you a nice heads up. Alright, so with this information in hand, like I said, we're going to plan runway 21. Now, let me pull up the airport. Gives you a quick and down and dirty. Here's runway 21 right here. Now, we could be given a land and hold short of this. Doubt it. We got 9,000 feet of runway. Should be plenty with this plane, and we'll show you that. Some of you may have saw the setup of that. We'll get to it. So we'll come in 2-1. We'll shoot for November. Worst case scenario, come off at Echo 3 right into the terminals. Okay? So, 2-1, that's this runway right where my cursor is, folks. So, what we're going to do, first off, come over here, let's pull up the ILS. So you can see we're going to come off Betyo, Hades, Galga, right onto 2-1 and right in. Okay, so departure arrival. Look for LLBG, that's that one. ILS 2-1. Okay, now we got this to execute. I hold off. Now we're not going to do the transition TAD off. Remember, our arrival comes through Betyo to Hades. Okay, so Hades works. We'll leave it. We're not seeing the. I hate when it does this. Doggone it. Let me see if I can pull that chart up. really don't want to fly it. Okay, so now here's the two delta or 2 alpha. What is this? 2 alpha. So we're just going to continue out to intro, Yamit, and come around to Tadov. Little different on the altitudes, but we'll be slowed up to 220. So Tadov, we do 1. Okay, and we'll do this, and we'll execute. Okay. All right. Not really what I was looking for, but we'll take what we get, folks. All right, but what we can do... All right, check it. There's Salam, right there. You just got to make sure 6 to 10,000, cool. Next page, Gatvi, 9,000 to 6,000, cool. No speed restrictions. Jemda, 6 to 8. Intro. This is the new one. 8 to 5,000. Yamit, 8 to 5,000. So we can still gentle descend as we slow to 220. Tadov. That actually needs to change. I'm going to put it 220. And no faster than 220. We might be controlling the speed at that point. Okay, so from that point on, folks, hang on, I got rid of my approach again. Doggone it. All right, so rebriefing the ILS. First off, again, there's our D-ATIS. The rest of the potential frequencies we could find ourselves on getting into the airport. However, the ILS has to be tuned to 109.7. We'll talk about that in a minute. Final approach course 204. Set that up top once we get over Salam. BG074 right here at 7.4 miles. Call it 7.5 miles from the localizer. We got to be at 2,600 feet on glide slope. We'll get the decision altitude and height here in a minute. Missed approach, I'll let you read that. But basically it looks like we're heading out to Jemda and hold at 5,000. Jemda being right here. All right, so again, transition levels, 20,000. RNAV, DME, ILS. DME reads 0 at runway 2 run. A lot of times it'll still give you 1.5 miles, 2 miles, depending how long, because it's at the other end. At runway threshold. Auto landing prohibited. Really? Wow. I don't think we have it. Could be because there isn't a Cat 2 on it. Oh, see, there's where the 230 came in. Gotta love it when your arrival says something different than your ILS. Huh. And circling, obviously, not a good idea. Tadov, Datyo, Hadis, Galga, BG074, and on in. Alright, so from BG074 to the missed approach point. I'm going to bet our approach speed's right around 150, so let's call it 800 feet a minute. And glide, so that's our 3-degree glide path. Now, we don't have a time here, so sometimes you will. So watch that chart big time. Approach lights are high ALS, Israel on Pappies both sides. That's cool. There's your missed approach climb grading. It's steep, folks. 4.5 to 5,000 feet. Minimums 334 on the altimeter, 200 radio. So when we switch this over, I'll set 200 or 334. And then that'll set us up. And then we're restricted with full approach to 550 meters on the RVR. So there you go, folks, with the basics put in. Tativ, Batyo, Hadis, Galga, okay, no discontinuities. That's the big thing. Hit execute just in case I forgot. All right, so now let's head over to this little gizmo, the EFB. All right, now a couple things to update the Zibo. Just so you're aware, you know, maybe you did download it and you're not sure if you got the right version or not. Very simple to check. Right there. Release 3.55 X-Plane12, folks. That means it's up to date. It's a update for you as well. Sound pack. And then for us, early access to X-Plane12 2.2. I think it was 2.1 or 2.0 before, I don't know. All right, then all you do is click the question mark. That'll tell you what version you have. Pretty handy dandy little gizmo. All right, now what I was playing with earlier, this guy right here, performance landing. I basically plugged in. Now, I don't know what this means. No idea even if it's changeable or not. Dry, winds, variable, so we're going to leave it at 0. Temperature last checked was still 16, 10-15 for the QNH. We're planning flaps 30. Air conditioning on auto. For now, we'll keep the anti-ice off, although I may run with the, no, it won't let me, so. Auto brake 3 is on. I don't know what this stands for. Speed brakes auto, so it'll pop. No credit for reverse. And then here's our projected landing weight. Adding 5 to the VREF to get us our numbers. So then we click 1 over to the left or to the right, landing weight. Our VREF 30 plus 5. Remember it asked for that plus? 153. We need, there's our landing run meters. So manual braking will only take 1,100 feet down the runway. 2,800 meters, I'm sorry, meters down the runway. 2,800 meters down via brake 1, brake 2 is somewhat usable, but brake 3 is 1,800 meters, 1,900. Auto brakes on max will be 1,350. Okay, and this gives you an idea of where we'll be if we do everything just right. Right there. Not much runway left over. It's a good tool. Doesn't replace this tool. Again, we'll come over here. And what I'm going to do is, how far out are we now? 200. Go ahead and set it. Coming in on this one. Again, that's the one on 30 degrees flap, so 30 will yield a 150 ref. Put it right here. And then what I do for approach 30 plus 5. So, I mean, B ref plus 5. So 150, 55, 800 feet a minute. You get to how we got all of that. So there you go, folks. We are now in and ready to go. If we have to do a missed approach, we will climb at a 4.5% graded. I'll be honest, I don't know how to figure that up in my mind. See if it's nice enough up here. At least 270 feet per nautical mile. Okay. That's how much altitude you have to gain. And folks, DER21, for those that read that, it's the end of the runway. And again, the reasoning being, folks, you have a mountain right here. And you'll see that better when we come in. Again, why I like daytime flying. So Galga will be at 2600 for BG074 and bring it in. We'll be slowing up for our approach speed and then coming down the glide slope. All right, folks, any questions, comments? What did I miss? What do I need to go over next time when I do this? Sure would love to hear from you, but you know, for now, folks, we got progress. 200 miles to go. So about 100 miles from now, we'll get back in here and get this plane all set up then for the arrival. We got the computing part done. We got the briefings done. Now we'll have to actually get the rest of the avionics and controls all set up, to include the ILS, because I've already could hear you through the airwaves here, folks. What the heck kind of radio is this? We'll get at it. So hang around, folks, for about another 15-20 minutes. We'll begin to plug it all together. See you then. All right, and while the commercials are rolling, folks, you are hearing my voice. God bless you, folks. You're a subscriber. Thank you for coming alongside and helping us to with flying with Mike. The money we earn from the subscribers, from tipping, from the biddies, from all of that, folks, I do my best to pour right back in the stream. It's just, well, it's how you see the 747 flying. That's what I used to buy it. The 727, which I know we haven't seen in a while. I bought the St. Louis scenery. And just today used some of that money, folks, to update Navgraph so we can keep that for a year. So I just want to say thank you. It means, I mean, I'm still shaking my head that people are willing to donate money to streaming here, this content. It just shakes. You know, I understand flight instructors get it all the time. I'm not a flight instructor, folks. I'm just a private pilot, and it just blows my mind away. So I really and truly want to say thank you. And ad-free viewing is because you subscribed. To the followers who just came back on after the minute-and-a-half break there, thank you for being a part of this as well. For sitting there and listening to me dribble sometimes, hopefully taking in the verses of the day that I, you know, bring up. And it's very simple to find. It's the hashtag verse of the day out there, folks. So I just want to say thank you and wish you all a Merry Christmas. Stay safe if you're in the Midwest. This storm system is it's going to be talked about for a couple of years just because of the cold that's coming. Maybe the snow, who knows? I kind of hope not on the snow. I love snow, don't get me wrong, especially Christmas snow, but when you work at an airport, no, I don't really want it. So, all right, folks, we'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, folks. Let's see here. We are about 100 miles out, so we're going to go ahead. Granted, it's not like an Airbus, folks, where you actually physically. Here, I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. You'll go to the perf page, which is pretty much like clicking init ref here in Boeing. You'll get a page similar to this, except you're going to plug in the basically what I plugged in over here, and it's going to be right in your Maktoum. Now, one thing, and I'm asking McMussfussers as well, especially those who fly Airbuses. I just went through some training this month, December, on the RCAMs that are at the airports. Basically what an RCAM is, folks, I'm not giving you the terminology because it's just condition reporting at an airport. Runway condition reporting. We'll give out numbers, pilots plug them into charts, and they determine is it safe enough basically to land on. And if so, how to set our brakes. Remember, they're auto brakes. Airbus looks like they actually do it inside the planes. I'd love to know from the pilots, is that true? And if so, is it modeled in any of the Musfuss aircraft or TOLUS or Flight Factor? I know TOLUS and Flight Factor, I don't think. But how about the Musfuss planes? Or did they get away with it? Because I know that video was dated too. And the RCAM, just so you know, folks, came out of a very serious incident that happened. It was a deadly one, of course. Blood always makes new rules. Southwest went off the end of the runway in Midway back early in this century. It was snowing. A lot of factors went into why that plane went off the end of the runway. Besides the fact, yes, it was snowing. Folks, it snows all the time in Chicago. So, really, you can't blame the snow. It always is there. It should always be in the back of your mind. It's going to be snowing. I did as a truck driver. Every time in the winter dispatch, crap, going into the snow belt. Okay. But your mindset differently. Anyway, they went off the end of the runway, killed a kid in a car in Cicero Avenue there. If you're not familiar with Midway, it's an airport, fun airport to fly in, 6,000-ish foot runways. So folks, it's short field operations in these planes. A couple of things came out of it. This RCAM and something called EMAS, which is to help. Think of it like runaway ramps for semi-trucks on mountain grades. When they lose their brakes, they go off these ramps into the pea gravel that collapses them down to slow them down so they don't go off the top of the mountain. And you know what happens then. Same thing at a runway, except the concrete collapses under them, under the weight of the plane to basically stop it like it hit a brick wall. So it doesn't go into an intersection or into a river and stuff like that on landing. So an Airbus supposedly has this in the Maktoum, according to this video. I really don't want to put quotes and say, do I believe things like that or not? I'm supposed to, because it's teaching me what I need to do. But anyway, so I'm curious. But anyway, that's what this page is for. Now, Boeing, they got charts and all they play with to get the same data. So as you can see, you put it in the EFB here in Zibo, and then the numbers that come out, you translate it here. Long story short now. So, we're looking at a VREF of 150. Actually, I could update it right now. We'll wait till top of descent. We'll make our last update on it till we start coming around in the pattern. Then we won't deal with it again. I just want to make sure we have the latest, greatest data. Now, what we do need to do at this point is start thinking about putting in the ILS and the course. It's not like the 777 or the 747-400 or even the 76, no. So it's not like those, not like Airbus, except for the 300 and 310. You put them in yourself, where the computer puts the data in for you. You just verify by going to the RadNav page. Okay, here we come down to the computer or down to the radios. Okay, now this is a different radio than most people are looking at. Usually you have frequencies like this up here. This side, this side. Select between them. Well, what this one allows you to do is, we're on this one right now for changing. I can change between GLS approach, that's global positioning, ILS, or VOR. Pretty cool. So we're on a GLS, as you can see. Look at that. Oh, I'm gonna try something with this. I wonder if that's for RNAVs. I'm gonna have to dig in on this plane. That could be what that's for. RNAVs. Anyway, we'll go to the ILS page 10970. That's it, just like you would 767 down here, typing, setting it up on the ILS radio, and so forth. So I have to check that out. Oh man, sorry folks, I may have learned something. I may have to go home now. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, so we're inbound now. Let me see where we are up here. No, we're not yet completely into Salam, where we'll be at or above. What was the numbers on that again? Or at or above 6, but below 10. So we'll set our initial descent for 6,000. All right, let me get our heading set right. All right, there we go. So we are ready to begin our descent here. It'll be, the computer is forecasting about 130 miles ahead. I thought we were a lot closer than that. What the heck happened? Okay, well, my bad, folks. We're fine. We don't have to worry completely about it. What I do want to do, no, that isn't going to help us yet. We're too far out. Hang on, I'm trying to see if I can cut this off. Too late. Alright, not going to be able to be done. Alright, so I was going to try to cut it off from Nevol direct Genix, and totally missed it. We're now on the way over to OB Rod and then Gen-X. So, oh well. So 129 miles to go. So I'm just going to kind of sit back, relax for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes at the most. When we get to about 80 miles out of top of descent, we'll rejoin and start setting the rest of this up. My apologies. I thought we were a lot closer than it appears we really are. All right, folks. Oh, kind of weird. I just never noticed this up in the right-hand corner. You all don't see it because I think I've got it truncated. Well, maybe not. Oh, no. It only shows to the base. Okay. Yeah, because, yeah, there's that. Okay. Yeah, I just noticed X-Plane about X systems. I'm like, when did that start showing up? And I just realized, oh, it's the top of the frame. Oh, well. I know, useless information, folks, sorry. Welcome back, Flying with Mike. We are 60 miles, guaranteed, looking at it right now from top to center. Okay, we've already got our VREF plugged in. Let's go ahead at top of descent here, since we're close enough. We're gonna cut that out, computer. Okay, we'll take... Alright, so it's updated to 149 plus 5 will make it 154. Still good enough for the government's work. Also, I want to get my nav 1 set up for the ILS, at least the course, because we're not, well, technically, yes, I can fly this in off of nav 2, but for now, I want to get nav 1 all set up for the arrival, minus switching over to the localizer. We'll do that as we start coming around and get on it. We're looking at a 204. Okay, and again, for those not familiar, I happen to like this radio just because I can go set it under ILS 109.7, or, and I think this might be for our navs. I have to investigate, folks. Don't quote me on any of this yet, other than, yeah, ILS and BOR. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so we got that ready to go in standby. All I got to do is activate here. We're on is that Gurtat? Hang on a second. It's right on a line, folks. I can't read it. Where are we? Let's try the local and see if it didn't show up there. Oh, no. Oh, very weird. Oh, that's why. We are coming over Gurion. And, well, we're flying close to it, but we're going to end up intercepting, it looks like, the radial off of it, which is actually Lima 53 in our flight plan. That airway will take us to Quebec Alpha 1, where we'll then begin veering in for the approach. Again, as indicated, we are getting closer to top of descent. And I like to try now to definitely make sure that stays on. See here how we're doing. TOD 42 miles. I am going to set us, as I said earlier, to 6,000. Okay. Okay, we should begin to see it showing up here real soon, up here on the red line. Now at about 5 to 10 miles from top of descent, I am going to go ahead and intervene and make it start to descend. You can make this aircraft descend a couple of ways. You can come here. Let me just kind of zoom in. It's hard to see it from this angle. So from the FMCs here, folks, we'll use this one just because it's easier. If you're in a Boeing aircraft, either VNAV is the button you'll need to push, and then go to the descent page. Obviously, if you're in this kind of FMC, just go to the descent page and you've got descent now. Make sure your altitude is set. That's where we screwed up in the step climb. I'm trying to figure out why it's not going. Well, you didn't set the altitude in the FMC. The FMC is already set, but you've got to have it set up here too. Airbus, little different, not much, but you just click on it, push in, and there are the 777 and the 747-400s and above. You can click right in here and it'll start your descent. The other way, and it's the way we're going to do it, is just click altitude intervene. It's this button right next to where you set it. And then that'll set you into the descent as well. All right, so we are now on the Lima 53 airway. We are just about there, folks. I'm going to go ahead and dial this one down too. This display is set for weather radar, which you can't do much down here at all with it. If any, you can't do anything, folks. Okay, that's fine. Plane's free, folks. So you getting your knickers in an uproar over that is kind of silly. It's free. Now, if you paid $80 or whatever the going rate is over at Must-Fuss for PMDG, you might have a legitimate concern then. But it's free here, and we get we get every bell and whistle they have, but just a minuscule amount we don't, and it really isn't needed. And we get to keep money in our pockets. All I got to say is thank you, Zibo, for that. Because, yeah, you could have gone the way of PMDG, and I'll pay it. I mean, I have no problem paying it for that quality. But you're going to give it to me for free? I like this one better. Now, I can already hear you go, but you don't get the 600, the 700, the 800, and the 900. Do you get those in Must-Fuss right now? And how long? But anyway, let's do our checks because we're coming up on it. Nice segue. That's one of the few segues I did pretty decently. All right, let me get back on the progress page. 15 miles out. So descent checks. Alert to them. Hang on, we'll go back.
Please, gentlemen, as you can see, we are descending. Seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return your seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the remainder of the flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and pleasant journey to your final destination. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
All right, and that's our cue, folks. Yeah, we should have been in our descent. Let's go hand in hand. But, you know, hey, it's flying with Mike. We're fine. All right, so 6,000 is set. Altitude intervene. Now, if you noticed, got the little glide slopey thing here with the R-nip, A-nip. I call it glide slopey things because it's setting, we're above the projected angle for descent on this to 6,000, which is right here. Oh look, conversely, it's right here. Now in Airbus, it's pretty much the same, except it's not on this display, it's all here. It's a green dot that goes up and down here. You also have a green dot speed, but that's for flap retract extension. That's where you're safe to start deploying flaps. But yeah, there you go, folks. We all look the same right here. Okay, and we're just easing into our descent. When this gets to about here, and this triangle, just like on an ILS approach, gets to the base here, we're right on what the computer in the plane is projecting how we should be descending to reach 6,000 feet at whatever point. And that point's delineated in your legs. In our case, it was Osama, 10,000 to 6,000. Okay, so we're on our way down. We're not going to worry about switching ILS frequencies or anything like that right now. All we're going to worry about is, okay, we're to descent, put the engines to continue. And seatbelts already turned on because of the turbulence we've been in. And we'll bring the landing lights on at 10,000 feet. So there you go, folks. We're now starting down. We'll get out, take a look at these nice clouds. Compliments of X-Plane. Oh, have they done such a better... Look at the shadowing on the ground, folks. I think that's shadowing. May not be. Being over a desert, it's sometimes confusing. But yeah, I mean, really, really good clouds. Let alone a great paint on this plane. Wow. There's the folks we're flying for today, VA-wise, Millennium Aviation. Check them out, folks. They're a really good bunch of people. You will know them by their CEO, Captain Mac. He's got YouTube videos out there, big U-type video, and he's actually helped me finally push over that hump to go into streaming and putting videos up. His, probably, I will even admit, are probably better than mine, but I'm still trying. And I think he's been doing it a little longer than me. So, pretty good. Clouds are looking so much better than when Beta 1 came out. Literally, night and day. So, great job to the team there at X-Plane12. You know, she wants to move speed. Alright, time to intervene on the speed for now. The speed brake now to keep us under control. All right, so what is ahead of us on the nav display? Osama, then Salam. Salam, and I'm gonna hope I'm not causing an international incident between us here in the States and the Israelis. That is where we need to be. I'm hoping below 10,000, but above our 6,000. So, and we're gonna need speed brakes. Okay, good sign. It's moving. All right. And the clouds. I mean, we can argue about the clouds, folks, but folks, it's comes with a $60 flight sim. You want better, you're gonna have to pay for that. He's done a great job. The team that Austin put together did a phenomenal job with this, and I'm sorry, y'all can say just how horrible things are, but you paid $200 to $400. We paid $60. Right. Looks like we're about to overspeed again. And I'm noticing we're approaching 20,000. That's one thing I did not check. Where it goes in at. All right, well, we're below 20,000. We are definitely not going to make the 10,000. All right, speed brakes. We're going to have to go into a hold. Alright, we're going to okay, our inbound course will be 274. Okay, and our altimeter is 1015. Okay, we should be rolling out on 9-7 here in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and start easing up here. So as long as we can come across Salam at 10,000, doing good. Still not ED. Are you telling me we're starting to have that trim issue? We sure are. Trim's out. Well, great. Lost the trim again. Alright, this is gonna prove problematic again and probably not good. So as you can tell, she has stopped descending. Alright folks, Real World 737 guys, I'm going to need some help. Alright, here we go, folks. We're going to try this again.
$10,000 feet.
Alright, so here we come. Cat Foo is ahead of us. And you know, we're getting rain. That must be that remark, broken 070. Alright, calling all Airbus, or not Airbus, my bad. You won't help me out on this one. All 737 pilots on deck. Real ones. Stape trims out. And I didn't cause it. See? Alright, first thing I want to do, make sure Ben Gurion is not online. They are not, okay. Alright, starting to break out of the clouds. Let's see what it looks like around us since our stabilizer trim is out. Again. Okay, this is not what it's... Okay, we're fine. Okay, I want it to start descending. And this is where that stape trim, folks, is hurting us. Bear with me as I look into here to see what these really say. Normal out. May have to try manual elect to see what happens. Alright, Ben Guri is not up, but you know what? Part of me says I need to come offline. Yeah, we don't need to have this problem, because I'm afraid of what it's going to lead to. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and kill the music because it's going to get very dicey now. Alright, so we got the altimeter set, we got the altitude set to approach, going to the frequency for the ILS. To Ben Guri over here. And V-card and approach speeds are set, minimums not set. That's
1,000 to go.
all right, we're set there, and we'll get our flaps in here when we're ready. Calling all 737 pilots. In case you're listening, love for you to chime in the chat. As you can tell, we have lost our trim. Second time now with this plane. So it's going to be a while before you see it back in the air with us. I'll put a note in over at Zibo, but okay, so 6,000. Next up is Jemda, good at 6,000, okay. It's the one after intros when we get to slow down to 230. By the way, folks, feel free if you want to put a prediction in on the... Wish I could say you could do exclamation mark the word predict and then the word crash, but you can't. But you can put in your best guess of how this is going to turn out feet per minute. Again, it's exclamation mark the word predict, space, and a negative number. I'm actually... And folks, I come off autopilot, it doesn't help. So I'm here to, autopilot is actually the almost preferred way to bring this thing in. So we'll find out. And again, I put the good, the bad, and the ugly up on YouTube. So if this does end up in a fire, it'll go up on YouTube. Alright, so we got to get past Jemda here. By the way, that mountain right below us. Now, coming into runway 30, I have done that a couple times. You turn basically right in front of this thing to get in. So, it's pretty cool. But Jerusalem is now, yep, behind us. And so is Bethlehem. So we will see how this turns out with no trim. Right now we're in a repeat situation of Fairbanks. All right, Ben Guri Tower, Mac Air 572, declaring an emergency. Trim is out. Request the fire trucks to be standing by. Okay, hydraulic pumps are on. Here, let's check hydraulics just to see. Yeah, we're good on hydraulics. Very aggravated, folks. Oh well. It is still beta, so you really can't get too upset because they now got to fix it. And I believe right here, folks, is where we're attempting now to get to. You like that word? Attempting. We'll actually get lined up, but we'll see from there. Okay, so well, we'll give it a try here with these cutout switches. Let's see what happens if need be. Okay, we're going to start slowly coming down to 5,000. And 220. Keep that up for now. Brakes are set.
1,000 to go.
Spoilers, are they down? They are indeed down. Okay, so we're not having that issue. I'm going to drop us a little lower here. Terrain radar will stay on. I don't think I need the radar on. That's right, I'm off. I'm trying to figure out, why am I not showing? Or took myself offline. Alright. Yeah, we know. Alright. See how well it holds. The autopilot seems to be doing good. I'm almost tempted, and though it says we're not supposed to, auto land. Alright, folks. The CEO just returned to the house, just getting updated on her day. Okay, we're at 5,000. About ready to switch over. Alright, so, sorry about that. Returning. And I'm going to go ahead and set up potentially for an auto land. Again, for those not familiar, we just click here, go 10970. And I'll plug it in here around Batyo. I just want to have Big Guri there to tell me distance. All right, here we go, folks. Give it our best. That's all we can do. And for those just tuning in, we're in a little bit of a pickle here. The trim has again gone out on Zibo. I've got the cutout switches opened. I just have not engaged them yet. The autopilot seems to be doing the job so far. The arrival tells us auto land not to be used on this runway. Well, in this case, since we've already declared the emergency, we will be using it. Why not? So, exclamation mark the word predict and a negative number, folks, will get you a prediction of how bad this landing will be. I'm being an optimist. And I can hear people going, that's a first. Alright, so here we go. So, according to the charting here, ILS 12. Sorry. All right, 4,000. So we're coming down. And 210. We'll go ahead and bring her to 200. Start down. So yeah, I've got 4,000. And then 2,600. So how we do? We're going for 2,600.
1,000 to go.
And 185. First notch of flaps. Let's go flaps 2. Localizer. That's it. We're going. All right, folks. We are hoping to get down pretty quick here. Okay, we're gonna head for 2,600.
To go.
Flaps 5, gear down.
Gear down.
Auto land set.
2,500.
Be honest, folks, I actually can't see the runway. That isn't helping. All right, so we're single channel at the moment. I don't know if it'll get it's set up for dual. We got to just get down on altitude. Flaps 5, let's go flaps 10. Set the speed brakes to auto. Okay, and we are set up, folks. Yeah, so much for KVOC. Okay, distance out, time to All right, tower, we are BG 74. Initial fix. Still trim issue. See how things go. Roger, cleared to land, runway 21, truck standing by. Go flaps 30. All right, we're at VREF plus 5. And here we go. Distance 3 is coming up. Is that showing by chance? Yes. Okay, runway's in sight. We're going to keep it auto land all the way in, folks.
1,000.
1,000 feet stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude 7.
Problem is, we have not engaged. Oh, speed brakes are out, that's why. Dadgummit.
$500.
See if we get it. Oh boy.
400. 400.
What the hell is it doing?
300. 300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimum. 200.
Okay, so far the trim seems to be okay. I'm okay on the landing.
100.
Just don't know what the hell the autopilot just did. Go around. Try it again. Okay, it looks like we actually have control of the plane. All right.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
We're gonna try again, folks. It's not easy, I'll tell you that much right now.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
All right, well, we'll give it a shot again, folks. I don't know what the autopilot was doing, other than it was basically programmed not to auto land. All right, so we're 2,500 downwind. All right, Big Guri traffic, emergency aircraft go around due to autopilot not holding heading. We're attempting to come around. Manual appears to have control. We'll see. Cannot trim the aircraft though. Quite literally flying it by speed, folks. Yes, I'm going out, folks, to get a better lineup. Okay, let's go ahead, give it a try. Coming around, slow it up. Gears down. Why the speed brake showed extended. All right, here we go, folks. All right, Big Guri Tower, McAir 572. We're back on the ILS, fully established, gear down, 7 out. Okay, we're on profile. Just need a runway in front of me. Got it. Runway in sight, gear down.
One thousand.
1,000 feet, stabilized, missing approach altitude set.
Five hundred.
All right, here we go. Take two.
400. 300. Approaching minimums. 200. Minimum 200. 100.
3 green, brake set.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Welcome to Ben Gurion, folks. Something we couldn't do in Fairbanks. Out reverse. Off the brakes. Oh, we didn't even need to arm them. They were armed already. Welcome to Ben Gurion. Ben Gurion Tower, Maktoum 572 is off runway 21. Thanks for the assistance from the fire department. We believe we can take her to the gate now. We're on the ground safely. All right, folks. Well, chalk that up. I don't get this. What's going on with it? But I'll tell you this much. One, we can always say all that ends well ends well. Yeah, it did. I want to open up my charts here real quick to get the parking stand. So, which one are we going to? Yeah, that's the one. All right, so we need to get on Mike, which will be the far one there. Take that down. Oh, we'll just park it, say D7. Sounds good. All right, let's get the flaps up. Spoilers down. Brakes off, gears set, lights off. Apu on. All right, folks, let's go to the gate, shall we? Let's make sure I haven't missed anything. One thing I do want to do, since I am here. We'll connect. What the heck? Now we'll connect since it's safe. Not because of any ATC issues. I just did not want to, as we did in Fairbanks, cause someone to wait on a crashing airplane. I wonder, that one page I was at. Wow. Pretty interesting, folks. All right, I'm just curious what that page did. I figured I might as well do it after I landed. All right, so the APU is firing up, and we're headed to the gate on taxiway back. And watch Eli over there be in my gate. Just always my luck. All right, flight director's off. Hey, who said it could rain here? It wasn't even in the clear and visible. What's KVOC mean? All right, we're coming in here, folks. Let's take a look outside the plane. They're way off to the side. Either they just pushed back or we're about to. We're going to head up here to, that's Kilo 2. Okay, so Kilo 3's right ahead of us. Actually, I'm going to go on up to Mike 1. Yeah, we'll go in here. All right, folks, again, welcome to Ben Gurion Airport, Tel Aviv, Israel. Closest we can get with an airliner to Bethlehem. Of course, we could fly a helicopter down there, but I can't fly helicopters on this. FAA said they never want to see me in one again. Just kidding. No, not really, actually. You know what? This kind of reminds me of a spot we have at Mid-America. Actually, yeah, this one. Let's take this one. Of course, it's going to stop raining now. Delta 5. The heck is that? Okay. Just making sure my chart matches. Terrain off, weather off. All right, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, honestly, I have no idea what the difference was in this approach, other than the fact, the obvious. Hang on a second. Yeah, we're good. The obvious being a new version. Real quick. Those don't do a doggone thing, do they? Trying to move the trim wheel, folks, and I don't know. I have no idea. All right, well, we're in. That's all that matters. We're in the blocks. We got the brakes set. Yep. Let's come up here. Final checklist. Parking brake APU. Get on the generator up here. Lead on. Fasten seat belts. We could go ahead and do that. Safe. And state trim. 4 units. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's get back down here. Engines off. Transponder to standby. All right, exterior lights are off. Fuel pumps. Anti-ice. Oh, I was up there. Dang it. Off. Hydraulic electrics off. Oh, all hydraulics off. Okay, pitot heat. Nope. Flight directors, auto brake, and we're set. All right, folks, we're in the blocks. And let's switch this to APU. All right. We're in one piece this time, folks. How about that? All right, so just bear with me one while I do a little paperwork here real quick. And just in case it'll let us, let's go ahead and disconnect. All right, let's take a look at Sim Toolkit for the numbers. Hey, for the emergency we had the go around, which actually on the map when you see it here, folks, does not look that bad. All right, let's see here. Let's stop the flight and let's file the PIREP. It didn't like something. Hang on a second here, folks. Before I close out MacAir's program here, I want to make sure it's sent it. It looks like it did. And it did. Cool. Closing. All right, folks. Okay, so they got everything to do what they do. The voodoo they do there at McAir. All right, so let's bring it up here. Let's just so you all can see what I'm talking about. Sim toolkit. Boink. All right, so you can see here well, actually, you know what? I'm going to have a little fun here. Hang on. Let's go back out to the big hold. The big hold where we were too high at this point. That's when I realized trim issue. Right there. Came in, finally at the right altitudes, worked our way around, in and around, and we made it. One go around, not bad. Okay, let's come up here, finish the flight, and no comments needed. All right, so to review the landing data-wise, okay, we go here, we click View Data Details. That gives us the basics. We landed at 138, a little slow, and we landed at 377, but pretty much put a lot of grease on the runway. All right, don't believe me? It's wet. It's floating. So, boy, this is even looking good. Wow. Remember, hand flown, folks, from when it got real squirrely at the approach end, all the way around and in. So think about that. All right, 1,400 feet down the runway. Real quick, I know we have some new people here. Where the blue dot is, okay, visually you get this long white line back here. That's your threshold. Okay. Then every 500 feet you have these marks to let you know you're getting closer and closer to the end of the runway at 500-foot increments. This last one here is the end of what is the quote landing zone. Now, this runway had, it tells us, 9,100 feet. If you land beyond it, is it all that bad? Well, could be. You don't have your brakes set up right. But in the grand scheme of things, you also have the toe brakes at all times. So yeah, you're probably pretty good. However, go to midway, pull that stunt, you're going off the end of the runway. That's why most pilots put it in. And that's how they gauge, was it a good or a bad landing. Folks, they don't have feet per minute in their plane to, you landed at 3.100 feet per minute. You are a bad pilot. No, they don't have that in the plane. All they have are their eyeballs telling them, yes, we were in the landing zone. And of course, the sensation of how hard it hit the ground. All right, so for us, this, by the way, this big open hash mark here, is purposely that way. That is a visual cue for where, and the pappies are right there. You can see them right there, right there. That's where the ideal point to land is. And look at that, right on the edge of it. I'll take it. And we were only 6 feet off the center line. Take that, because once you get the nose up at a certain point, folks, the runway goes away. But that's not bad. Overall, considering no trim to help me with the nose, maybe I need that to happen more often. Anyway, it's a good landing. Again, 377 feet, you know, hey folks, we'll take it. It really did good. All right, so let's get rid of Sim Toolkit here. Let's attempt it. We haven't had much luck here lately. Hang on a second. One of my moderators keeps pinging me. All right, so let me just look outside the plane. All right, there we go. I just want to see, okay, one different variable than the last time. No chocks. Okay, here we go, folks. Sweet. All right, before we do this, folks, this is one thing I love to tout about X-Plane. Sim Toolkit, which is free, phenomenal data. This is probably the best tool in flight simulation. We're going to rewind that approach. I'm going to go ahead and try and get it back to the first one. And here we go. All right, we'll just, I don't want to start from. We'll start from here and hope for the best. Looks like it should be there. Anyway, what this is, folks, it comes with the simulator. I can go all the way back to the beginning here, folks, when I first fired up, relive the entire flight. Minus all the funness we had here on the stream. Or back it up for my landings. Now, you could do that in MustFuss. However, you have to download another tool, have it up and running, and started where you want to start that at. So where you benefit and it starts there, and I have to kind of hunt and peck to find it my way, I get the whole flight, you don't. You decide. All right, so let's take a look at it, shall we? All right, let's get some appropriate ambiance in the background. Here, let's go ahead and speed it up. We've been about right here where she's starting to veer off. Let's get in here and see what caused that. I have no idea, folks. We took over
300.
And there was no way of recovering, even though we tried.
200.
Almost got it right here, folks. Look at that. Almost overshot. And we forgot to kill the auto throttle. I do remember that. All right, let's go on the go around.
2.
Yeah. Here we're trying to battle out the trimming issues, trying to figure out how we're going to keep the plane flying. And doing a pretty, folks, in this situation, it is kind of hit or miss. Now, I brought the flaps up way too much, so that didn't help me. But overall, folks, should have gone around quicker, but you know what? It's the flight sim. And there's Tel Aviv off in the distance. As we start working our way around, we're now bringing the gear up, getting back up to 26-ish hundred feet. Assessing the airplane, flyability, and all that good stuff. And yes, I could fast forward it even by just sliding it if I wanted to, but we're in no hurry here, folks. Plane's doing really good. And now we're turning back for the runway. Just so you know, runway's not in sight. We're trying to get on the ILS. And of course, rain. Not reported. Alright, let's come off this. So I think we're pretty much stabilized. There's the runway, okay. Now again, folks, that whole missed approach, actually when we veered, autopilot came off. And we did our little S-ing turns to try to make the runway all the way around that circuit and back here. We're completely on our own. We're not using the autopilot. Just wanted to make sure it's understood. Actually looks good on the approach. All right, here we go, folks. Look at all that grease coming off those tires. Oh, man, that was a good landing. All right, let's go back out and watch this again. Alright folks, no complaints on that one. Other than a little stuttery on the camera. I'll have to get with Hawker 125 to fix his camera so it doesn't do that to us. But anyway, folks, I want to thank you all for flying with Mike. It has been fun and challenging here at the end, considering we had no trim on the plane. Again, folks, I want to thank you for being a part tomorrow. I have no idea what we're flying, but for now, let me put us back in the gate and call the gate. Maybe. Oh, here it comes. And again, say thank you for flying with my... Whoa, that wasn't supposed to do that. Must be a different tower view. So, hope to see you all tomorrow. And God bless. Remember, put Christ first in Christmas. It does start the word Christmas. Good night. God bless. We'll see you tomorrow.